It's coffee boba. Haven't had it in a while. Double shot. Need something to cheer me up. Things are getting a little dark today. Need to explore the station of the store. Hello, hey Jenks. Thanks for stopping by, man. Let me faithful Amanda Splatts, the Amanda Splatts project. Creative writing for the month. We need to get to... Why is my 3D not responding to my words? There we go. I unplugged my microphone overnight. Because sometimes, if the computer goes to sleep, and it wakes up with the microphone, somehow it thinks the microphone is like an audio output source too, and it can't hear anything, and I have to reset or reconfigure everything just to hear shit. Although I don't even know I've got my headphones on right now. The BGM is for you. The BGM is for you because I know, like, when I get going, I can be silent for a few minutes at a time. Just to kind of break that up. The only kit I could get with these coffee bobas, get the coffee boba, make your own kit, put it in a mason jar. I think some time ago I said that the purest distillation of the Amanda Splatts project, right here, coffee boba in a mason jar. But the kits I get only have like brown sugar boba. They don't have the tapioca that's usually done. So move from my 3D over here. Don't know if that'll resize it or not. Sometimes it does. It did. Oh, resized OBS too. That's fucking great. Ooh, hitting on all sixes here on the Amanda Splatts project this one. So, I'm just going over my schedule, but I've also had to resize the window. Once I start typing, once I start going, I'll see whether I need to resize it again or not. But I warned y'all in the opening post, like when I tweeted out the post. I'm looking for new ways to promote myself, by the way. Not just Twitter, which is accessible, and the Discord. But you know, I'm not going to say anything about the Discord. But I'm looking for other ways to promote myself as well. Good websites, good places to ply my trade. Apparently I've been getting picked up by YouTube's front page thing here and there. Although usually that's just the Darkest Dungeon stuff. And I will not be doing Darkest Dungeon after Sunday the 21st. 21st is going to be my final attempt at Darkest Dungeon. For a long time. It's just too much. The Winter Sad is fully kicking in, and not touching on a happy subject today, man. You gotta talk about the rot. I don't think maybe in previous chapters I've conveyed the stakes for what's going on in Mahavre, this autonomous desert region cut off from the rest of America. So I think maybe it's time to go ahead and start exploring that a little bit more. And give you a little bit of a look at another one of the locales in Mahavre, because they're showing you the Hotel California, There's the Mojave Sports Complex, the Mojave Fairgrounds, the Mojave Shopping Center, Sandy's Cave, Desert Salt LLC. Several different locations connected by long, winding eldritch roads that the normal driver would get lost on, even though it's just a straight line from place to place. I'm hoping to explain a little bit of it. I want to generally just generally explore the rot and explore a couple specific characters who may not have had their roles in the story fully fleshed out as of yet. I wonder if I need to go ahead and resize this window though. Actually, holy shit, that's actually perfect. Oh my god, that's actually perfect. That lines up perfectly with the pig. Holy shit. How did I do that without testing it before? And that's the only thing that's gonna go right this morning, I fucking promise. It's so sugary, I gotta get something to drink for my drink. I try not to have sugar that much, I really know. But just coffee, so it'll keep you away from it. I know I teased having Malone or other characters stop by in the story. I don't know if they're going to. I've been trying to block out the story. How it's gonna go. I'm sorry, it's gonna be another one of those stories where another one of those stories where like I'm writing for a few minutes and just silent and then read it back instead of just actively digging into the audience for ideas and stuff. I mean, feel free to throw anything out if anything strikes you. Let me know if I tried to keep the BGM relatively soft, basically just to like cut off the sound of the fan and everything, and just still things a little bit when I'm quiet for a few minutes. I don't know how long I'll be going. I don't know how long it's gonna take to explore the rot, because there's a lot of things there are a lot of mechanics in Mojave. I feel like I need to spell out a few of them and set up for next year, quote unquote. This is going to be the last writing stream of 2025, and it's going to end on a dark note. But, like I said, before Amanda actually truly becomes the protagonist of the story, I feel like we need to explore the stakes. What might happen to her and the people in Mojave if this does not go off. There are two different locales I'm thinking of, and I'm trying to think about how to kind of hook them together. There are a few different characters I want to explore. There are a few different mechanics I want to explain. There's basically two big scenes I have now. I'm just trying to put them all together in my head. We've got road testing games I already own at 2 p.m. That's a soft 2 p.m. If I end up really going, I'll push it back. I don't mind. Writing streams always take precedence. That's why I usually do collabs on Wednesday afternoons when I write on Wednesday morning. That gives me a bare minimum 8 hours to write. Usually doesn't go that long, but sometimes it gets close. when I'm really feeling the words. The words are gonna be a little hard to come out today. We're starting early. Starting real fucking early. Oh great, things are going slow just as I fucking right click something. This is gonna be a great day. This is gonna be a great fucking day. Fortunately. Keeping an eye on Task Manager just in case. Speaking of half my fucking CPU. OBS Studio. And when I've got 3 or 4 things haranguing and changing spots for what's taking up the most CPU, I think that's normal. If there's one thing that's just hogging everything now. Support assist agent and anti-malware service executable. Alright, you fucking do you. Boiling hot, not blistering hot. That sounds a lot nastier. Crisp, frigid night air cut through the early morning silence in Maverick. Unbeknownst to many, deserts can be just as frigidly cold, so they can be blistering hot, and Amanda was feeling every gust of wind as she pulled down folds of their overcoat. That trendy black and yellow suit, triple checking the battery level on her phone. Yes, she was just being up, phone. I didn't set the scene, that's matched. I didn't set the scene. Staying the battery level on her phone as she stepped out of room 21 at the old motel, California. If she was used to being up this early in the morning, and for some earlier streams, she was used to being Amanda. That persona we all put on to perform, that mindset we all get into to entertain. Or at least Amanda did. Right, I keep forgetting how to spell Bun Bun's last name. There it is. I'll spell this so much that it's gone ahead and added it to the fucking spell check. And it's even more fucked up when you realize what Haas and Pfeffer is. Man knew she wasn't gonna have her Desert Eagle with on her today. I'm trying to make the Desert Eagle more part of the story. Remember the story about Club 661 last time, how Alpha told her to bring the Desert Eagle and told her to load it. And then Mossberg ended up shooting themselves with the Desert Eagle. And it's implied that it saved Amanda's life. Because remember, Alpha is Amanda from the future. So even though she can't tell Amanda what's happening, what's going to happen, she can try to subtly save Amanda's life. Make sure that this timeline happens. I try not to delve too into the time travel aspect of it. But with the Keen being from the past and Alpha being from the future, it's kind of giving me a little leeway to kind of manipulate events. It'll be interesting. I hope so. I hope you find it interesting. I hope you'll keep coming back. As soon as I get to a good place in the story, I want to just go ahead and do a video which is just like a recap, which is just reading all the pertinent chapters. Like, I'd leave out one or two. Like, I remember one writing stream was just booking the King of WCW tournament. But like all pertinent stories, are just reading them in one big compilation. So Amanda knew she wasn't going to have her Desert Eagle on her today, not where she was going. But she did have an ally on her side of the diminutive but feisty Beauregard Bun Hassenpfeffer. Proud Lagamophic American, Reed, Bunny Girl, who helped lead the Red Desert Army to at least a stalemate with whatever was out there in the darkness. But at this twilight hour, in a red bathrobe and pajamas, those pink rabbit ears of hers flopped down across her face, her gaze unseeing. Amanda couldn't tell just what Bun was looking at in those shifting desert sands, or she could see anything at all. It's that 1,000-yard stare they talk about me. Bun seen some shit. Amanda slowly made her way to Bun Bun in a wood panel station wagon. The car Amanda won on that game shop and promptly falling apart shortly after the episode aired, and once again stranding her on her own 2 feet. 2 feet. T.O. feet. Amanda could see Bun Bun's expression change as she hastily put on her own southern charm and husky drawl and coming of a tiny bunny girl. Lord, Amanda, you done snuck up on me. If this is the war, I might have to run you through with my bayonet. Yeah! Bun Bun shouted, thrusting a cup of coffee forward at a vaguely stab-like motion. Bun Bun's a bit. I go back to I think it was the ball bullet gun stream I did as Bun Bun once, where I used to stream as the characters. Other than Sandy, I used to stream as Juliet and did one as Takeen, did a couple as Bun Bun. I like to stream because I like to explore the character. But doing ball bullet gun, I found that Bun Bun she's in some dark fucking places. And with what she's had to see, what she's had to do, totally understand that she was on the front lines of a war against Eldritch Abominations. And it wasn't even, like, technically a win. Like, you don't beat Eldritch Abominations. You force them back into the darkness temporarily. That's the best you can do. That's what they did. I should be writing some of this down. Put this in the story. You don't win. I don't know if I always like to talk like it's the U.S. military because I like to verify that this is Mahavre, even though it is an autonomous region, it is in America. It is part of the contiguous 48. Small autonomous desert region. Clean the cup out of my break. Don't like having stuff with sugar on it next to my computer. I don't want bugs. You don't win against an eldritch abomination. You force it back to the darkness temporarily and live with the fallout. That's exactly what Bun Bun had to do retiring from post-U.S. military, who had been cardinal in the role and, quote-unquote, saving Mahavre. Called in their favors and got their hooks into the small autonomous desert region. Bun Bun had lost so much during that war. Amanda nodded, slowly stepping back. She sifted through a manila full. Oh, manila? I've only got one now. Hello. Something new every day. Usually it's like what I learn something new every day. Usually the thing I learn is like what joint wants to stop working. Amanda nodded, slowly stepping back. She sifted through a manila folder full of paperwork. Yeah, well, they say caffeine's a killer. It's a hell of a drug, too. You good to drive? By the way, that thing about the car on the game show, that refers to one of the early quote-unquote dragons of this channel was me trying to beat the bonus round of classic concentration for NES. Something I'd never done before without save states. And I worked the car that I won into the story. But I figured that would give Amanda too much power and too much autonomy. So I fucked it up. But not enthusiastically. Also, I'm trying to get it. I want to do it again. Like, I don't know if anyone else on this channel is gonna give a fuck. I kind of want to start streaming as the other characters again. Doing a little like now I got the matinees going. I might do some streams as the other characters for like an hour, 2 hours, just to explore the space. You saw for Halloween I made a 3D for Mossberg. You know, I've had ones for Juliet, Sandy, and Bun Bun. Tried to make one for Agent Takeen, but I just could not get the proportions right. And obviously it's going to be impossible to make Amanda Splatts in Void Studio. Although they have slowly been updating Void Studio. They've slowly been updating. That's kind of cool. This is an angle. I don't know if I'm gonna get bit for writing in this angle, but this is an angle I was curious about doing with someone in Mahavri. And Bun Bun seems like she'd be the best fit. I'm gonna have to look this up if I want to make this an important part of her character. Bun Bun nodded enthusiastically as if trying to convince herself. Sure, Amanda. Let's get you down to the courthouse. You just holler whenever you want me to pick you up, yeah? Just give me time to gather up the grandbabies. Amanda nodded, slamming the passenger seat of the Bun Bun brought the old relic to life. Thanks, Bun Bun. You know, not to be a dick or anything, but if we get pulled over again, like, the whole sovereign citizen thing, just antagonist. I don't see why I should. Bun Bun barked back, putting off the Inky Black warning. I do not recognize the government's intrusion into Mahavri. The war against the Eldritch Rot is over. They have no more business being in our autonomous region. I am exercising my right as... No politics, please. Amanda groaned out. Bun Bun would have proudly kept on going. She does not give a fuck about anything except her grandbabies and Amanda. Bun Bun, who proudly kept going if anyone else in the world had told her to stop, calmly silenced herself and turned on the radio. Repent to Jesus official. Hello. Hey, Repent to Jesus official. Hey, thank you for stopping by. My name is Amanda Splatts. I am a creative writer. I'm a VTuber. I am a Babaniku, which is a female character with a male VA. I write the story as a female. This is Mahavri. This is a strange desert region in the southwestern United States, cut off from the rest of the world, dealing with Eldritch Tainted and Eldritch Rot. This is kind of advanced in the story, so it may be a little hard to follow, but if you have any questions, let me know. Alright, hold on. Let me get my drink. Hi, Amanda. How's the Amanda doing? I'm doing good. Doing good. Just flexing my creativity today. Interesting name, by the way, but no politics. No politics, no religion, please. So, it's radio. No politics, please, Amanda groaned out. Bun Bun, who would have probably kept going if anyone else in the world had told her to stop, calmly silenced herself and turned on the radio. This, however, troubled her as she fiddled with the knob with one hand, holding her coffee with the other, and steering with her knees. Amanda, can you see if you can get Radio Free Mahavre to come in? Bun Bun asked. I can't seem to pick it up. It's been like that for the last few days. Amanda nodded in reply, trying to pick up the lo-fi station that sent coded messages about the current topography of Mahavre, a land that, thanks to the fallout of the Eldritch Wars, was always changing. I find it a little bit hard. I might try to explain it. I think if there's room in the story today, I might try to explain it a bit better. But if y'all played BlazBlue Central Fiction, it's like the way cities are in the Embryo. They shuffle position regularly, and you need to know the exact coordinates so you don't get lost. Amanda nodded in reply, trying to pick up the lo-fi station that sent encoded messages about the current topography of Mahavre, a land that, thanks to the fallout of the Eldritch Wars, was always changing. After being able to find the station, Amanda immediately pulled out her smartphone and went to the station's website, being met with a big 404. So that's the first sign that something's gone wrong. Radio Free Mojave, which was established very, very long ago to keep people safe, is currently dark. The old and decrepit if it's still being used regularly. Would the courthouse be old and decrepit? It would be old, but it wouldn't be decrepit. It would be majestic. Amanda nodded in reply, trying to pick up the lo-fi station that sent encoded messages about the current topography of Mojave, a land that, thanks to the fall of the Eldritch Wars, was always changing. After being able to find the station, Amanda immediately pulled out her smartphone and went to the station's website, being met with the big 404. With panic being her default state, she immediately went to the Mojave Courthouse's website and was met with a banner stating, "We understand Radio Free Mojave is currently not available. If you need safe passage to the courthouse today," and listed off a couple of free apps that allowed you to detect the current coordinates of the courthouse, among other places. The sun had just started coming up over the dunes as, guided by Amanda, Bun drove her roadkill charge to an old, majestic courthouse towering over that small spot on the landscape. After helping Bun install the app on her phone, because people of a certain age need help with that, oh my god. I've had to help old people with the simplest things on the smartphones. And I understand that too. I totally understand that. The two parted ways and Amanda stepped into the old rustic house of legal worship. The courthouse may look like a church. to be larger, though. I've seen some pretty huge fucking churches. Massive churches. Whenever I reveal a new location in Mahavre, I like to describe it a little bit. Definitely maneuvered. Desert does. If anyone, I know I don't have any. I've got very few, if any, fans anymore. Just got very few of them. But the ones that are my fans, they're desert denizens, and I hope you'll be a desert denizen too. The proper spelling, schlep. Up. On the outside, the old wooden complex. On the outside, the old wooden complex didn't seem much bigger than your average megachurch. But inside was a hyper-compact churning legal dynamo greasing the wheels of Mahavre itself. Amanda deftly maneuvered through the throngs of her fellow desert denizens, always a little paranoid in situations like this. Tightly packed walls of humanity, especially without her desert eagle. She had to remind herself that everyone remind yourself that overconfidence, the slow and insidious kill. No darkest dungeon today. Fuck no. We're getting dark in a completely different way. Especially without her desert eagle. She had to remind herself that everyone was here just schlepping through the day as she was. She schlepped right over the courthouse cafeteria to slurp down some breakfast. Trying to figure out how to set up this next scene. I have it. I'm like Rob Van Dam, some kind of like spot junkie in a wrestling. Like, I have ideas for all the spots. I know what spots I want to hit. The problem is just chaining them together into something coherent instead of just having spot after spot after spot. Is against their will too harsh a word? A lot of people here against their will. Yeah, it makes sense. It does kind of play on prisoners and everything. That's another word I keep getting wrong. Omelet. O-M-E-L-E-T. Omelet. I keep thinking there's supposed to be a T-E at the end of the word. Because I think it's like a French word or something. I keep wondering. I'm trying to think of a good stupid name for generic cereal. A name that's generic as fuck. But you know what it is just from the name of it. I just want to give you a heads up, man. No religion on my channel, okay? I appreciate it, but no religion on my channel, alright? Please. But Amanda still lovingly pocketed, the courthouse cafeteria's foods wasn't reasonably priced, also if the government knew a lot of people were here against their will. But Amanda still lovingly pocketed the paper receipt, just so she could keep the book straight as she sat down with a sag grain omelet and a single serving bowl of root piping. Because it's not Fruit Loops, it's just piping. paper receipts that just keep book straight, and she gets done with a sad gray omelet and a single serving bowl of fruit piping. Heads up, Repentages, please read the channel rules. I'm just giving you a heads up, man. I am happy you're here, but please read. I'm a little bit more strict than some other flavors. Fruit pipe. Oh god, that sounds revolting. It just, instead of actual Fruit Loops, it's just vague shapes with like 90-degree angles. Fruit piping. It's magically passable. God, fruit piping is now going to be a fucking brand of my hobby. I'm going to remember this one. Like that pipe pasta, but vaguely, but exactly. I've had a gray omelet before. I was bringing up a sad gray omelet because I've had a fucking gray omelet. Like, I used to eat at cafeterias, and there was, oh god. The omelet itself wasn't totally gray, but I cut it open, and gray shit spilled out. I don't think anything you put in an omelet is supposed to be gray. I'm guessing maybe it was sausage gravy or something, but I couldn't taste anything. No, that's not a COVID thing. This is like over a decade ago. I ate a fucking place with a gray omelet. It didn't make me throw up, but I live, bitch. Told me how to spell it, and I already forgot. Too much flour and too little egg, yeah. This is like, I'm not gonna go too much into it, I don't want to dox myself. But this is kind of like a, mass-produced type of thing. It was mass-produced. I was not in a happy place. So the courthouse cafeteria's food wasn't unreasonably priced, but as long as the government knew a lot of people were here against their will. But Amanda still lovingly pocketed the paper receipt because I should keep the book straight as she sat down with a sad gray omelet and a single serving bowl of fruit piping. They're magically adequate. The generic brand. Some generic brand cereal Amanda could tolerate at home when funds were tight. She couldn't afford the real thing. She dug herself into her breakfast and had gone to the core of the strange ground while she heard her chilling voice directly behind her. She dug herself into her breakfast and had gotten to the core of that strange gray omelet, when she heard a chilling voice directly behind her. I mean, I was the DA for good, 20 years? You think that means something? Look how this place has gone to shit since then, right? What's the current DA convictions right now? Guarantee I wasn't anywhere nearby. They never brought up me or Impastore up on a single charge, so I'm legally fresh and clean, right? Amanda's fists clenched and sweat rolled down the side of her head. Side of her head, not side of her cheek. Side of her neck. Her neck, her back are both completely broken. The being sitting behind her must have somehow noticed this, although Amanda hadn't moved an agonized muscle, as they said. Speaking of fresh and clean, you'd think they'd do something about the BO problem here. It smells like fucking roadkill. Come on, when you heard that one of the scenes was going to take place in courthouse, you knew Mossberg was going to get involved. Mossberg's on the fucking schedule this week. Amanda's fist clenched and sweat rolled down the side of her neck. The being sitting behind her must have somehow noticed this, although Amanda had moved an agonized muscle, as they said. Speaking of fresh and clean, you'd think they'd do something about the BO problem here. It smells like fucking roadkill. Amanda quietly excused herself, staggering away as best she could, leaving breakfast on the table. Mossberg, who had been sitting directly behind her, grinned as they leaned back, violating the space Amanda's body had taken up a second ago. So, can I get on your support? They asked their former colleagues as Amanda disappeared down the hallway. So, like I said, I didn't want to hammer it home, but it's now obvious. Like, since Mossberg, it's hinted that Mossberg no longer works at Desert Salt LLC. Because remember, at the end of the 661 chapter last month, she'd kind of quote unquote outed herself to the people at Desert Salt LLC. Alpha suggested Amanda take her work phone as well as her home phone to the Club 661. And when Mossberg threatened her, they freaked out when they noticed that Amanda had her work phone on her, because they knew that Desert Salt LLC is spying on her. So obviously that's implying here now kind of an undercurrent. Not going so that Mossberg is looking for their old job back as a former district attorney. So go ahead and say. phone's slow today. Must be updating something in the background. As we continue the story, I do want to give you a heads up. They're going to be there. I hate using this phrase, I do, but there may be a couple trigger warnings. This chapter, if it goes as I plan it to, is going to get kind of dark. But like I said, going to want to explore the snakes, the rocks. I don't want to use Lyft or Uber just in case they're not available in Mojave. So what's like the generic term for it? Rideshare, I think. Taxi is like a taxi, just like a car that's just only out there on the road to pick people up. I don't think there are too many taxis out there anymore. Like most people, like this would be someone who's like doing it as kind of a side thing. But you know, actually, I do like taxi. Mojave is so old and ass backwards. They probably do still have taxis. That actually would fit Mojave better. Obviously, the casino's named the Vegas Dream, off of my favorite casino game, Vegas Dream, for the Nintendo. So I just fucking I call the casino the Vegas Dream. There are a few more people Amanda's gonna. It's not even 8. Oh, not even 8:30, and I've already wrapped up the scenes with Bun Bun and Mossberg. Huh. When I really get going, time is not a thing. When I really get kicking. Like I said, I don't mind going long today. Because this is going to be the last writing stream of the year. I honestly don't know if I'm going to be able to wrap up the story in 2 years at this point. Unless I do, like, 2 writing streams a month. But I don't think I can force myself to be that creative. Amanda quietly excused herself, staggering away as best she could, leaving breakfast on the table. Mossberg, who had been sitting directly behind her, grinned as they leaned back, violating the space Amanda's body had taken up just a second ago. So, can I count on your support? They asked their former colleagues as Amanda disappeared down the hallway. As terrifying as a brush with a former co-worker who is on to you can be, it was the most eventful thing that happened to Amanda at the courthouse that day. With all her ducks in a row and business wrapped up by around noontime, Amanda went to decompress in the only way she knew how. Kindly passing up on Bun Bun's offer of a ride home and catching a taxi to the Vegas Dream, Mojave's most passable tourist trap. But the locals tolerate it too. Loosening her tie and the top couple of buttons on her shirt, Amanda stepped out of the sanitized sandy of the courthouse into the glorious chaos of her old stomping grounds. Like, obviously, we go with the parallels to the Mojave and the Mojave. I mean, that's how I got the name Mojave, by the way. Combination of Mojave, the Mojave Desert, and Mojave, the sacred city of fear and hunger. And I brought this up briefly on a recent collab, but that's why I'm never playing Fear and Hunger on stream. Because I know everything about 1 and 2. At least up until a couple years ago, like they have updated since then. But going in, you need to, if you want to make a stream about a game like Fear and Hunger entertaining, you gotta go in fresh. You gotta go in clean. You gotta go in knowing nothing. I know everything about all the tricks in 1 and 2. So it would not be entertaining. Because I would either have to play optimally from the beginning, knowing everything I know, or I would have to fake being surprised at all the bullshit the game throws at you. And there is a lot of bullshit. A lot of bullshit. Oh my god, so much bullshit. Fear and Hunger is a great game. I would recommend checking it out. Just be ready for like the darkest, grimmest shit you've played in a long time. The Vegas Dream and all the charm of an old world casino. You have the cheapness that the usual tourists consciously flock to, and just the right level of decrepit decay to fit in with the rest of Mojave. The fact that the casino was bigger than the courthouse should have said something about the priorities of the people who, if not founded this place, modernized it. Because we know the people who founded this place walked with the gods a very long time ago before the gods disappeared and the water dried up. So even though this may not have been built by the people who started Mojave or founded Mojave, it was built by the people who modernized it. Malone has been out to the Vegas Dream. Desert Chronicle episode 1. I think it's like been over a year since Desert Chronicle episode 1. There will never be a 2 because no one else seems interested in doing it. Lewd. $20. The fact that it still has $1 blackjack tables could tell you a lot about the Vegas Street. Fear and Hunger feels more of a straightforward RPG, so the more King's Quest point click kind of fun. I guess what we want to do is start the game over. Yeah. The lore is absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's very in-depth and very eerie and very Lovecraftian. But yeah, it's like Rule of Rose. It's one of those games where the concept is amazing. The aesthetics are great. But the gameplay fucking kills it. Gameplay is just garbage. I mean, it's not as bad as Rule of Rose, but there is a lot of absolute bullshit. Especially when it comes to the save mechanic. Although, I can't bitch too much about the save mechanic in Fear and Hunger, because, you know, Crow Mauler. Crow Mauler is my husbando. Too bad they don't have like any Fear and Hunger characters in Fire Pro. I would have gotten them. The Vegas Dream of charge and all work casino get keep missing tourists subtracts like flag too. With complimentary Jack and Coke in hand, because you saw someone like Amanda coming in places like this. Amanda cashed in $20 for chips and immediately made her way to the $1 blackjack tables. I hate giving Amanda a bad time, but this place is a bad place. Okay, I'm sorry for going quiet there. I've just blocked out like the whole next section in my head. I'm sorry, like I know the parts like where the streams where I just do a whole bunch of writing may not be as entertaining, but what I'm doing right now, the way everything's blocked out, is completely different than what I blocked out in my head this morning when I was making my coffee boba. So it is changing, it is evolving. I haven't done a lot on the Rattlers. That was one of the dark things I wanted to bring up. Actually introducing some of the Rattlers. We've introduced some of the Rattlers. We've introduced, obviously, Death, aka Fortune Faded. The fat, morbidly obese Gorgon. We've briefly introduced Moon, who is the red-eyed psychopath with psychopathic narcissist with the voice box. You know, like Kane used to have back during the Attitude Era, before they kind of ruined his character. That thing. I always thought it was particularly disturbing when I heard one of those when I was really young. So I thought of working that into Moon. And we've also briefly met Tower, which, you know, just some big fella. Some huge fella. I'll have to see if I can dig out a couple of AI gens I did at the moon. They came out really fucking disturbing as they're supposed to. The biggest dream of the tribe of an old world casino. Amanda cashed in her $20 for chips and immediately made her way to the $1 blackjack tables. Although the moment she saw who was staked out there, immediately tried to slink away to the $5 tables. To no avail. Those piss yellow snakeskin suits and manic grins. The rattlers. The ones not only seeking to watch the world burn, but actively stoked in the flames. There was no sign of fortune faded. That's... With all the things going to be going on the Rattlers, fortune fate is going to be very conspicuous by her absence. Those actively stoking fans. There was no sign of fortune faded there, but Moon was there. That manic red look in her eyes, a grin just a few inches north of that tinny voice box always pressed against her neck. No sign of the tower either, but as Moon was flanked by three other Rattlers. There's three of them. Should I do three of them? I don't want to introduce too many at once. Who should I know I gotta introduce the clown. You gotta introduce the clown. You have the clown and the fanatic. Yeah, I think I'll just introduce the clown and the fanatic. Because I think I've already hinted at the one in the mascot costume. It's a clown, the fanatic, the mascot, and the neckbeard. I don't know if it's like Cheeto dust or Dorito dust or like that, whatever it is. Because I don't eat that shit. I don't eat Cheetos or Doritos. I don't eat anything that gets on my fingers. I don't. I get fucking paranoid about it. I know that's an allure for some people, but I just find it gross. Getting like Cheetos dust on your fingers. Your fingers turn all orange and shit. I always hated that. Like, Mother Splatts used to eat Cheetos occasionally on her cheat days. I had to turn them down because I just could not get that shit on my fingers. So, yeah, that's... What does that say about me? I'm trying to think about the filthy, most disgusting thing I can think of. And it's Cheeto dust on your fingers. 360 no scope, baby. Also, oh no, male spotted in Mahavre. Oh no, male. Should I make them all females? Almost everyone is a woman in Mahavre. No, I think there are a couple of males in Mojave, like Sheriff of Mojave is a guy, and I think I've established that Amanda's landlord is a guy too. The entire cast doesn't have to be female. Plus, Mossberg, even though Mossberg is biologically female, is about as close to a male as androgynous. Yeah. Yeah, the clown, the fanatic. I think I'll just introduce them. I'll leave the mask on the neck beard for later. Those piss yellow skin suits and manic grins. The rattlers. The ones not only seeking to watch the world burn, but actively stoking the flames. There was no sign of fortune faded here, but Moon was there. That manic. I'll be totally honest. I don't know what tarot cards to give everyone else. Because I don't know what tarot cards they'd be. What major arcana. I know Amanda was supposed to be the Wheel of Fortune before she declined joining the Rattlers. And I'm keeping the Wheel of Fortune open. And of course there's the Tower, who has also disappeared. There's no sign of fortune faded there, but Moon was there. That manic red look in her eyes that grinned just a few inches north of that tinny voice box, always pressed against her neck. No sign of the Tower, either. But Moon was flanked by two other Rattlers whose tarot card she hadn't been privy to yet. One, squat, wheezing, panting stack of filth was as fat with his fat fingers completely covered in orange snack chip filth, which he made no effort to lick off. Almost as if he were intentionally adding to his own filth. On the other side was a slender, grinning goon with a cat-like face, painted like the Joker from the Joker films. The Joker made his way boldly over to Amanda, having to look a good 1.5 to look at the 6'6" pile of roadkill. You can just Google it. Yeah, yeah. I don't like. Normally, one of the reasons I love doing writing streams is because I can actually use the browser and like look shit up while I'm writing. That's one of the things I love. Problem is, things are going so slow today. Even my 3D's chunking out a little bit, which tells me that Windows is updating something in the fucking background again. And it's good that it's doing it now and not while I'm doing my 0 hours stream later. One a squat, wheeling, panting sack of filth with fat fingers completely covered in orange snack chip filth, made no effort to lick off. Almost as if he were intentionally adding to his own filth. On the other side is a slender, grinning goon with cat-like face painted like the Joker from the Joker films. I had to specify it's from the films, because there's been so many iterations of the Joker. Joker made his way over bullet to Amanda and look up a good foot and a half to look at the 6'6" pile of roadkill. You're fed for Amanda Splatts! Joker Rattler screamed. When are you gonna stream with Cat Malone again? I need to know so I can watch his feet and not yours. My schedule's up on Twitter. You can go check. Why you gotta be so aggro, man? Joker Rattler screamed. You're breaking my balls, brother. Moon is breaking my balls. You wanna touch my balls, don't you? Man. The orange-fingered squat feel one muse openly. This place used to be great until they started bringing in all these... completing the word. Moon stepped forward, her manic glare boring right to Amanda's dead, jaundiced eyes. Yeah, you meet people like this in real life. I'm gonna look up the major arcana right now. Like, they don't have to be 100% perfect, but I'm gonna go ahead and give them their arcana right now. List of major arcana. I was originally just gonna do it by like secret characters and magical drop, because the characters in magical drop are all based on the arcana. And in Magical Drop 3, there are so many characters that they use the entire major arcana for every single character. I'm using the Rider White deck, like the Rider White deck. It's like the most basic one. I think I'm gonna use... the Hanged Man for the Cheeto Finger guy. The fanatic guy, the Hanged Man. Would the Hermit be good? The Hermit, yeah, I think with the Hermit. I think the at least the Magician is the person mainly seeks entertainment over all else, something along those lines. Yeah, in the original Tarot de Marseille, the Juggler. They call him the Magician, the Juggler. So that's actually kind of perfect. Yeah, thank you for that, Jinx. That's fucking cool. So yeah, the Joker one is gonna be the Magician, and Hanged Man. Yeah, Hanged Man. So yeah, thanks for that. That's fucking cool. Thank you, Jinx. Yeah. The orange-fingered squat figure won me as openly. This place used to be great until they started hiring all these, he said, finishing the word. Moon stepped forward, Amanda glared boring right into Amanda's dead, jaundiced eyes. Are you being so mean to the Magician? Moon asked, her expression revealed by a robotic affect on her and her black red eyes. It auto-corrected something there. And her and her blood red eyes. We're giving you every second chance, every opportunity to join the Rattlers again. We've ever, not even, not ever, even. We're giving you every second chance, every opportunity to join the Rattlers again. We've even kept the wheel open for you. But you're just a relentless... what's the word? Cunt! The orange-fingered one shouted right in the middle of the casino as one of the dealers finally called for security. Thank you, hanged man. Moon groaned. Thank you for what? What are we talking about? The fact that, like, he just randomly throws out the C word here and there. No filter. No filter whatsoever. So I think in that one short page, we've kind of pretty well re-established Moon and established Magician and Hanged Man. And there's no sign of Tower, no sign of Devil, who is, fortune fated, the overweight Gorgon woman, snake hair woman. And we don't know what happened to Tower. And of course, Amanda was originally supposed to be Wheel. We got a few other cards left with there are a couple of more Rattlers I want to introduce. Because, you're gonna have these generic enemies. You gotta have that cannon fodder. You gotta have that cannon fodder. That Mossberg, obviously, Mossberg is the real villain of the story as it stands right now. Mossberg is actually gonna be a challenge, taking them down. But the Rattlers are just kind of there. I also thought it'd be kind of interesting to have a character be obsessed with Cara Malone. He's I'm trying to show that the people in Flavor, the people I care about, the people I stream alongside, they are becoming not only a part of Amanda's life, but a part of Mahavre. So now there's a Rattler who is obsessed with Cara Malone. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with this. Your faithful Amanda Splatts! The Joker Rattler screamed. When are you gonna stream with Catamaloon again? I need to know so I can watch his feed and not yours. My schedule's up on Twitter. You can check. Why you gotta be so aggro, man? Joker Rattler. I don't know why I made him Jamaican. I don't know. Joker Rattler. You're breaking my balls, brother. Moon is breaking my butt. You wanna touch my balls, don't you? Man. The orange-fingered squat Pharaoh one open mused openly. His flesh used to be great until they started hiring all these. Moon stepped forward, her manic glare boring right into Amanda's dead, jaundiced eyes. Are you being so mean to the magician? Moon asked, her expression unreadable by a robotic affect in her blood-red eyes. We're giving you every second chance, every opportunity to join the Rattlers again. We even kept the wheel open for you, but you're just a relentless... What's the word? Cut! The orange-fingered one shouted right in the middle of the casino as the dealers finally called for security. Thank you, hanged man, Moon groaned. Thank you for what? What are you talking about? Look, Amanda barked out, trying to find her shattered backbone. I've had a hard day, all right? I'm just trying to decompress. Nobody cares about your day, Magician shouted. All we want to know is when you're streaming with Kyla Malone. Nobody watches you anymore anyways, Moon chimed in, or rather droned in. You're gonna graduate and go back to singing in bars, but not the bars I'm singing in. I'm making quite a bit of money in your old haunts. Graduate! Magician shouted. Graduate, I will blow your brains out with my sniper rifle, Hanged Man screamed at the top of his lungs. Moon and Magician rolled their eyes. That was the line. The Gertie staff immediately contacted the local authorities, hustling the Rattlers out, as Hanged Man screamed, Why did Amanda get me in trouble? Why is Amanda getting kicked out? Why you gonna be so aggro, bitch? Magician followed up. Amanda just stood there, paralyzed. Yet another safe space, as it were, had been violated by the Rattlers. Think of what might happen when they finally found the Motel California. Welcome, man. Thank you, Jinx. That only took 2.5 hours? Holy shit. Using the courthouse. I will admit, I'm on the fence about something. I wanted to introduce one more character. I know I said that Mossberg was going to be the last main character in Mahavre. Rattlers don't count. Rattlers are just generic fodder. Like for fight scenes and stuff. The Rattlers are just generic. I was going to introduce one more main character. But, like the pit boss of the Vegas Dream. The actual pit boss in the place. And if there's any point where she would show up, it would be here. But nah, I'll let the story go organically. I'll let it flow organically, and we'll see if they appear or not. Well, let me see if I've got this right. There's a music thing I want to bring up. There's a music thing I want to bring up. And I want to make sure it's the right thing. Oh, good. There's a whole article. No, it won't be too long. I don't know if it's a reasonable outfit. I don't know if it works, but at least I know what it probably is. For anyone who has actually been listening and following to the story for a while, I'm heads up. I'm sorry. I am sorry, but I'm gonna retcon something, and I just been trying to find a way to retcon it. So I apologize. Wanted I wanted to make sure I got the method right, because this is an actual thing. This is actually a thing. Amanda sat down at the $1 blackjack table, head in her hands, eyes tightly closed, feeling as if she was going to vomit directly onto the felt. The slender yet callous hand gently placed itself on the back would have sent her in hysterics had it not been for the voice that accompanied it. A soft, gentle voice tailor-made for radio or ASMR. I don't have the Walmart mic. I don't have the fucking garbage mic that makes it sound like I'm on a phone. So you're just gonna have to imagine like that's what you sounds like. Keep your eyes closed, the hypnotic voice whispered into Amanda's ear. Just follow my instructions. Listen to the sound of my fingernail, he said as Amanda heard a slow rhythmic tap against the side of the table. To the sound of the beat, I know you're a musician. I know you can follow in a regular time signature. I want you to breathe, not breath, breathe. I want you to breathe in. Breathe in for 4 beats. Then hold it for 7 beats. You may feel like you're going to pass out, but you won't, and if you do, it's okay. I'm here. Inhale over 4 beats. Hold it for 7 beats. Then exhale for 8 beats. In for 4. Hold for 7. Out for 8. Alright? Oh, that's that good. It feels like you're doubling down on 11, getting 19. That's a solid position to be in, right? I wanted to try to figure some way to work blackjack into this, and it just saw it like 7 plus 4, that's 11. You double down on 10s and 11s. And if the 8, that would make it 19, which is actually really good. Pretty solid. That's a pretty solid double down. Because only 20 and 21 can beat that, right? At least you're gonna push. Yeah, but apparently the 478 thing is a real thing. It's a breathing thing. I think Orica talked about it once. It's like a relaxation breathing technique. You breathe in for 4 beats, you hold it for 7, and it's out for 8. Evidence is limited to anecdotal reports from satisfied users. If you need medical advice or psychological advice or anything, please seek help from a professional, not a fucking Menhera VTuber. But the 478 is something I've used on the bands. This old fucking thing is creaky. I've actually decided not to repair the chair, like tighten the screws or anything. I like the creak a little bit. It's kind of theater in the mind. Like, It's like I'm streaming in an old rocking chair. Kind of like it. Kind of like it. That and I can't find the fucking Allen key. I want to work the Allen key. Like, I've got so many fucking Allen keys around here. Or I used to. I think I tossed them out and put it right here. Now I don't even have one I can use to tighten up the screws on this fucking thing. Yeah, waste that on that, right? Yeah, what was... I gotta double check now. There was a karaoke that I did where it was Amanda, Juliet, Bun Bun, and... Amanda, Juliet, Bun Bun, and San Ruby. I forget whether it was a birthday karaoke or whether it was a anniversary karaoke. I'm gonna double check. I want to get that right. Because I'd made 3D models for Bun Bun and Juliet as well. This is why I like doing writing streams, because I can actually use the web browser. I mean, I do close Discord. Now, the 1 year anniversary was in the quote unquote there. See how much it'll chunk to actually pull up a video while I'm streaming. See if this is the right one. Because I'd hate to get that detail wrong in case people actually look up. Yep, it was the birthday karaoke. Yeah, it was the birthday karaoke where I sang as all four of them. Glowy. It blew my mind when I first heard the term glowy and I had to look up what it meant, and I'm like, how the fuck did I never hear that term before? Amanda nodded, concentrating only on the tapping of her fingernail and the focusing of breathing. Within a few minutes, she'd somewhat calmed herself down, at least enough to open her eyes and see what angel had come to save her. Seeing that face gave her more questions than answers. Amanda was familiar with Juliet Romero. She'd had the femboy on her stream before as part of Amanda's big birthday celebration karaoke, back when singing was cardinal to her identity, before she handed that back to Moon. But the fact that even in the brightly lit casino, there was a shadow over Juliet's face. What surprised her? Even with the fact that in the brightly lit casino there was a shadow over Juliet's face. What surprised Amanda about the femboy glow was a conservative beige dress she was wearing, proudly filled out by a C-cup. Juliet, apparently seeing where Amanda's eyes had glanced, chuckled sweetly. Secret's out, is it? I'm not a femboy. It was all part of the persona. Femboys were popular at the time, so establishing was part of Radio Free Mahavre, helped draw in people who wouldn't have otherwise listened. So there you go. I apologize. That is the retcon. Juliet was actually a woman the whole time, not a femboy. I made her a femboy because certain people in FlaVR were obsessed with femboys, and I thought it'd be interesting if I had a femboy on my cast, but narratively it just did not go anywhere and did not make any sense for her. So, yeah, Juliet was a woman the entire time. People and viewers and channel. Yeah, well, if you want, part of it was I wanted a male character on the cast. I did want a male character on the cast, but just to have a guy doesn't make a ton of sense. So we do have a few males in the Rattlers. That's gonna have to suffice. That's gonna have to suffice. It didn't make sense for what I had planned for Juliet and for the military, because it wasn't about her being a femme, but like her main role is military. That aspect of Mahavra, because like I said, I think I still have the slide up in Sand Ruby's room. I haven't used Sand Ruby's room in a while. Oh shit! You're not supposed to know shit's supposed to exist. But yeah, that was if you weren't there for that stream, maybe I'll improv it someday. But nah, you're gonna have to fucking salivate over that. But yeah, every character was supposed to represent a faction in Mahavre, and Juliet's was. I think maybe I will introduce the pit boss. I think after how fucking depressing everything has been so far, I think we might need to introduce the pit boss. Just need a good name for the pit boss. No deal to be found. When I first introduced Radio Free Mahavre, I remember I said if you look up the term radio free, you'll know exactly what it is. I didn't expect anyone would actually look it up. But I figure since now it's been closed down, I might as well just go ahead and spell out what it is. I want to make sure I got the definition right myself. Brave only gives me... Holy shit, Brave only gives me one answer, and it's like about camping. Yeah, the fact that it's called Radio Free Mojave in the first place should have told you it was a glowy thing. I like to hint at things and don't spell them out too hard, but when they're over, I do like to go ahead and spell them out just in case anyone didn't get them. I've hinted, just barely hinted, that Mossberg is trying to get back her old position as district attorney. But I will spell that out if I have to follow up on that later. Juliet apparently seeing where Amanda's eyes at glance chuckled sweetly. Secret status. I'm not a femboy. It's all part of the persona. Femboys are popular at the time, so establishing one as part of Radio Free Mojave helped draw in people who wouldn't have otherwise listened. Amanda nodded dumbly, glancing over the back and men of plastic sign set up on the blackberry table. No trace of the dealer to be found. That's not gonna get you, like, canceled or anything, right? Still too late for that. Juliet chuckled. Radio Free Mojave's off the air. No big secret what our actual mission was, right? I mean, we called it Radio Free, for goodness sake. Like Radio Free Europe. It's a term for a government radio station established to get out the news to foreign countries. And with Mojave being an autonomous region. So there you go. I had spelled it out there. It was Radio Free Mojave because the government who had helped... That's why I brought up the war with General Bun Bun at the beginning of the chapter. To lead into the government having their hooks into Mojave. And now we get to Juliet explaining exactly what Radio Free Mojave was for anyone who hasn't figured it out yet. Trying to kind of bleed into one thing with another. They went for the recycler. Little blackjack action too. Actual blackjack in a story about a degenerate gambler playing blackjack. Plus, there's a couple more revelations I want to bring in about Juliet. I haven't focused a lot on Juliet, even though I brought her up. Like, we established that she's either hunting down or is in love with and obsessed with Alpha Splatts. And she doesn't know that Amanda Splatts, that Alpha is Amanda from the future. Juliet apparently seeing where Amanda's eyes glance. Oh, yeah, I heard that. Amanda nodded dumbly, glancing over the back and metaplastic sign on the blackjack table. No trace of the dealer to be found. It's not gonna get you, like, canceled or anything, is it? It's a little late for that, Juliet chuckled. Radio Free Mojave off the air. No big secret what our actual mission was, right? I mean, we, called it Radio Free, for goodness sake. Like Radio Free Europe. It's a term for government radio station established to get the news out to foreign countries. And with Mojave being an autonomous region. Amanda's eyes widened. The road woman really regretted not leaving her motel room without her signature, the professional glasses. I keep talking about the professional, Gene Reno and the professional wearing the glasses. It's just, I think it's just easier to say Alucard. Because, like, I think more people in my fan base are going to know who Alucard is rather than Gene Reno. Best. Well, you're burying the fucking lead. Radio Me Free Mahavre is canceled? Juliet nodded, her expression masked in shadow. Our funding got cut. Everyone's funding got cut. It was a Fisher cut bait situation, and the government didn't think it was worth throwing any more money at. Besides, I'm sure you've experienced it too, right? The governing body here in Mahavre is just a rubber stamp for the government anyways. Now that they're pulling out, it's gonna be quite the power vacuum. No politics, please. Amanda grunted out, fumbling around for another jacket coat, to which Juliet quietly obliged. So yeah, that's gonna be another metric of the story, quote unquote, in season 2 going forward, that is essentially gonna be no one to save Amanda. Like, even the legal system is kind of in shambles, and the legal system has not been serving her well. There was a whole thing about why she was going to the courthouse that I was going to bring up, but I think I might save it for a later story. Want to see how a couple things shake out first. No politics, please. Juliet drink. What would Juliet drink? A hardened military ASMR woman. No, she'd be smarter than that. Juliet would be smarter than to take the drinks. Because when the casino... Sometimes you'll get free drinks at a casino. That's because they want to fuck up your judgment. Make you drunk and fuck up your judgment. Juliet's too... As a glowy, Juliet would be way too smart to see through that shit. Oh god, I think I was struggling with how to end this chapter, but I think I just figured it out. If I go quiet without typing anything for a while, it's because I just figured some shit out. So I might want to, like, I think I know how to, like, go ahead and finish this off now. The dealer came back with a jack and Coke for Amanda as Juliet politely declined a free drink. Play resumed at Amanda's favorite table. 6 decks, standing a sub 17, double down on 10s and 11s only. Juliet, seeing the almost mechanical speed with which Amanda played, glanced over and whispered in that ASMR voice, "I've got 2 5s. Should I split? You always want to split, right?" Amanda snapped out of her flow state and looked at the dealer's face off guard. "Not always. He's got an 8 showing. Splitting will probably give you 2 15s. Not yet. Maybe double down if you feel adventurous." "It's easy to feel adventurous when it's the government's time," Juliet said playfully as she doubled down. Yeah, a little bit of blackjack, a little bit of actual fucking blackjack in a story in a casino. So there you go, blackjack enthusiasts. You eating good tonight? We'll see if I can wrap up the story in an hour or so. I know the last couple of scenes. I'm still debating whether or not I want to introduce the pit boss. Like I know I said Mossberg was going to be the last main character, but I think the pit boss, if Amanda goes to, yeah, fuck it, I'll introduce the pit boss. I had the weirdest fucking idea for the pit boss. Weirdest fucking idea. Gonna play into the whole 90s anime aesthetic. Because I feel like I've played into the 90s anime OVA aesthetic before, but mostly the gore part. Especially with how Amanda's like when Amanda met Sand Ruby and Amanda dragging her upper body with her intestines, dragging behind her across the desert in order to meet Sand Ruby. So I think it's like time to focus like maybe into other aspects. I came up with the name on the spot. It's the roulette term. Kind of a roulette. It's not, it's dual green. Like, when you play roulette, you'll notice, like, if you bid on red, it's 2-1, black 2-1, first 18 2-1, last 18 2-1. But that doesn't give the house any, advantage if they play like that. So most roulette wheels have 1 green space, a 0, or 2 green spaces, double 0. The spoilers, like if you bet red and you get green, you lose. If you bet black and you get green, you lose. So the house always has an advantage, and they get even more of an advantage if they have 2 greens. So she named it. I've always, even when I was younger, I was absolutely fascinated by the green spot on a roulette wheel. Everyone's talking black and red, but that green spot always threw me. It's not until I was much older, an adult, and actually went to Las Vegas myself, I realized, oh, that's there to fuck up your odds. If you ever played roulette, man, take a little time to cover the bitches. That's what Father Splatts calls it. I shouldn't be quoting Father Splatts. He calls it covering. When you put money on either the green 0 or the green 0 and the green 00, he calls it covering the pictures. That's don't get me canceled for other splats. No. The only reason I'm even bringing up dual green now is because I actually did a couple of AI renders of dual green, and I might show them as part of something in the future. Why do they have cufflinks? Anyone who's seen like the Playboy, like the bunny girl outfit, the Playboy bunny outfit, why do they have the fucking cufflinks? Like they don't have any sleeves, but they have fucking. Why do they do that, man? I don't understand why they do that. So that's someone else agreed. Now it's a thing. There you fucking go. There you fucking go. I guess it has the same effect as wearing bracelets, but more professional. Yeah, I guess. That makes sense. That makes sense. And this woman is a professional. She is an absolute professional. Oh god, now I gotta figure out what kind of voice I'm gonna do for dual green. What kind of voice? You know what? I'll type up what dual green has to say and then I'll figure out the voice while I'm doing it. Amanda's attention was immediately distracted by a somewhat familiar face. A face that couldn't be completely seen, as it was mostly obscured by the gargantuan rack blocking it, sitting Amanda's point of view. Dual Green, the pit boss of the Vegas Stream, towered over Amanda. She did most of her employees in patronage. Those annoyed great eyes, conservative straight brown hair, and crisp tone of voice indicated she was all business. None of the usual bullshit. But the green, legally distinct from Playboy Casino Bunny outfit in deep green, hugging an absolute ridiculous set of curves. Those black faux rabbit ears and cufflinks with no sleeves in sight. Inferred she knew she knew what people came here for. Amanda instinctively stood up nervously. The 6'6" roadkill woman actually an inch shorter than the Vegas Dream pet boss. Yeah, there's someone actually taller than Amanda out there. I figured this woman's gonna be a woman of authority. She might as well be a little bit taller than Amanda, because Amanda's 6'6". The 6'6" roadkill and actually an inch shorter than the Vegas Dream pet boss. Her previously interactions with the ridiculously busty pet boss were not the most positive. Dual Green didn't meet you. She was hauled out to see you. Miss Green, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing, Amanda? Juliet asked softly. It's not your fault. Dual Green, for her part, ignored the two. Yeah, Amanda, I find myself doing that too. Apologizing for shit that's not my fault. I gotta fucking stop. Good nickname for the Vegas, or some shitty corporate nickname, like the dazzling something or the swelling something of Mahavre. The shining jewel sounds bullshit enough. Master of Golf. It's green and 209. Oh shit! Oh shit! Holy crap! Yeah, dude, I could do that too. I could work her into the whole golf thing too. Shit, I could work her in the. Although, nah, think about it. With if she's got breasts that huge, there's no way she's gonna see the fucking ball. Like, imagine a woman with those type of proportions trying to hold the golf club properly and see the ball so she can swing it. She's no Robert Landolf, I'll give you that. But yeah, maybe I'll work at the golf. Like, I don't have the head of the Maverick golf types either. Oh, ooh, I could work this into a future stream. Or a future story. The thing that she's giving Amanda right now. Okay. Dual green for her part ignored the two, belting out her speech with the practice. With the practiced cadence of someone that had to do this 100 times before. We deeply apologize for the experience we've had here at the Vegas stream. The shining jewel of the Mojave. We strive to bring you all the most exhilarating experience, and I know this wasn't the type of experience you came here for, so let us make it up to you by offering this. Dual green pulled a gift card from her cavernous cleavage and adjusted her glasses as if reading it for the first time. As if reading it for the first time. As if reading it for the first time. Gift card good for 1 week stay at our exclusive hotel, laying around the lap of luxury with all the decadence you deserve. Dual green droned out as if she'd rather be anywhere else in the world. Good that bit where she does play golf and claims she's actually good, but she actually sucks, still distracted by her looking to see where the ball actually. That's hilarious, man. That's fucking hilarious, yeah. She's a professional. She knows she's got assets. She's going to use them. She doesn't give a fuck how she sounds because she knows no one is like listening to her. They're just looking at her. Good again for 1 week stay at our exclusive hotel. Laying right in the lap of luxury with all the decadence you deserve. Dual brain droned out if she'd rather be anywhere else in the world. Thanks, but I live right in town. I don't need. Thank you for choosing Vegas Stream, the shining jewel of the Maverick. Dual green snapped back as she hurried off, jiggling with a confident cadence. Amanda, for her part, just sighed and slid the gift card in her suit pocket, motioning for another drink before a harsh "Cut her off!" from Dual Green stopped that cold. Because I established, like, long time ago that Amanda used to drink too much. It was part of her character that she was a functioning alcoholic early on. Because I thought it would fit the whole bohemian singer character. But then I actually quietly wrote that out because, well, I don't want to get too into it, but I've said this before, like, I saw someone actually going through the DTs in real life. And it's like, no, I can't even have that as part of the character. I was gonna do a scene where Juliet explains why Mahavre, like the landmarks of Mahavre, but I don't think it's germane to how the conversation goes. Like, it'd just be a little exposition that's not necessary right now. We all know where the roads are going, and why the roads are fucked up, and how they're fucked up. There's a military term. I don't want to. I don't want to fuck up the military term. So let's see if this is the right term. Yeah, there's the one thing again. The rot. Little rot. We've kind of symbolized the rot here so far, but we need to go ahead and bring it up. God, this chapter is supposed to be about the rot, and I've barely talked about the rot. Although the rot kind of symbolizes, like, specifically the rot talks about the eldritch taint. And we've seen the rot in, like, the 1,000-yard stare that Bun Bun has, how the war has affected her. And you also physically see the rot in Juliet with the shadow on her face. And of course, Mossberg running things from behind the scenes. We know Mossberg actually can control the rot. This is something I've been thinking about for a long time. The explanation. Can I catch a ride home? Amanda asked. I jogged here, Juliet gently replied, drawing an impressed expression from Amanda, who would have and has passed out before trying to traverse the desert on foot. Juliet just smiled. Poor girl can't even walk straight out the time due to her spine issues, Juliet thought. A crucible would snap her in half. Eventually, Amanda and Juliet made their way out of the casino, Amanda actually breaking even for once, as she texted Bun Bun to take her up on the offer for the ride home. Juliet sat beside her outside the Vegas stream and couldn't help but notice Amanda trying to take a subtle glance at the face that was always covered in shadow. I don't mind you asking, Juliet said calmly. You want to know why you can't see my face, right? It's the rot. It doesn't just have psychological manifestations. It has physical ones. Especially for those right above the front lines. Juliet sighed, closing her eyes. Not that Amanda could have told. I threw myself into the war back then, fighting those things night and day. Things government still has yet to define, things Lovecraft wrote about over 100 years ago. I just focused on the war. I'm so twisted by the eldritch taint that infects this place that I lost my identity. It's my face. It's not that you can't see my face. It's that you can't remember my face once you've stopped looking at it. So your brain compensates by hiding it. Amanda nodded, not completely understanding but calmly listening. Juliet calmly turned her gaze back to Amanda. And what are you trying to bury in the shadows of your mind? What things are clawing away at you in the darkness? Are you just as determined to fight them? And there you go. That's the... Originally, Juliet only had her face in shadow because she was going to be this mysterious radio announcer. We were never going to see her face. Then I thought the having her face in shadow in the first couple pictures was actually so cool that I wanted to make part of it. I just didn't want it to wanted to make sense somehow. Where her face is always covered in shadow. Even the 3D model I made for the birthday karaoke had her face in shadow. I think this was an old plot device I used in a story a very, very long time ago. But yeah, it's like it took her identity. Essentially, it took Juliet's identity, and that's why you can't see her face. That's why her face is always in shadow. It's your brain compensating for not being able to remember the thing that you're looking at right now. It just hides it. Because that's another thing in Lovecraft's work. Your brain compensating for seeing horrible shit. Okay, so we're wrapping it up. Don't worry, we're wrapping it up. That also goes to the rot establishing itself in Bun Bun. Remember the one she was just staring off into the desert with that 1,000-yard stare of hers. She has seen some shit also. The manifestation wasn't as physical in her as it was in Juliet. But I figure if Juliet was a soldier, she was on the front lines and actually physically fighting those things a little bit more than Bun Bun was as a general trying to direct her whole army, her whole militia. Plus, I think the government actually took over at that point by the time Juliet had gotten there. So they were like doing most of the work. The only things that like the Red Desert Army could really provide were the type of weapons that actually affected those things in the darkness. Also, H.P. Lovecraft exists in a world with Lovecraftian creatures. I'm gonna bend and break time a little bit more. It's gonna be fucking great. Don't expect any gens of dual green though. Now that I think about it, like I don't think Bing Creator's gonna be that generous. And now you understand the reason why I use the term lagomorph. Because there are bunny girls in the casino, and then there's Bun Bun, who's an actual bunny girl, actual physically bunny person. And so I term for the actual physical like anthropomorphic type, I use the term lagomorph. And this is the hook I thought up while I was writing. So I can. The hook I thought while I was writing so I could go ahead and pull her in. Kind of pull this whole thing in full circle. I'm sorry, like at the end, I know I get quiet for quite a while I write. Just one line, but when they hit you, it fucking hits you, and it fucking goes. I apologize. Amanda closed her eyes, sighing deeply as the confrontation with Moon, Hanged Man, and Magician still tugged at the back of her mind. The day was a wash, maybe not a total wash. As the old wood-paneled station wagon pulled up front of the casino, packed to the brim with babbling lagomorphic preteens, Amanda turned to Juliet and bowed slightly. "Thank you for your service," Amanda said. Juliet nodded slightly. "Hey, it's my home too." As the roadkill and the lagomorphs disappeared into the distance, Juliet closed her eyes, letting the heat of the day beat down around her. Far, far removed from the crisp, frigid morning she'd spent staking out the Motel California. Now, without any superior officers to tell her no or dissuade her, she decided to follow her own heart and led to the 7-foot-tall, hulking wall of muscle known as Amanda Splatts, who was rooming there temporarily. She, too, had come across Bun Bun earlier that morning, staring off into the distance. She knew that Bun Bun could still hear them, could still feel them. It was something that never truly left you. "You know," Alpha said resignedly, crossing her arms and showcasing her monstrous pecs. I'm flattered. I really am. You're not my type. No offense." "I could be your type," Juliet longingly replied. "Let me know where to start." Alpha closed her eyes, trying to think of a gentle way to tell her off. A gentle way to tell her to piss off. Before noticing Amanda coming out of room 21, Alpha herself parked the room in front of room 3 on the ground floor. "If you want to be good to me," Alpha said, pointing her thumb up at herself from the previous timeline, "and be good to her." Only Alpha could appreciate the absurdity of that statement. Only Alpha could appreciate the absurdity of that statement. Juliet merely took it as gospel. Another morning in the desert. So yeah, there you go. That was the one kicker I thought of while I was doing this. Juliet being nice and calm and polite and helpful to Amanda. She's not doing it out of the goodness of her heart. She's doing it to get in good with Alpha, and she thinks Alpha and Amanda are tied together. She doesn't know that Alpha is Amanda from a future timeline. That she is Amanda coming back in time. There are a couple of things I left out, like explaining how the roads in Mahavre worked, and I was gonna do so. I'm gonna keep the golf thing in mind for another stream. Although I think I'm gonna work dual green bean and with the Golf Association Mahavri as well. I got to go back over the old stories and get a list of all the landmarks that have been established. Like, I know there's the Mahavri Fairgrounds, the shopping center, now the courthouse, the Vegas Dream. I think there was a golf association, a clubhouse, and of course, at the center of it all is Sandy's Cave. Sandy's Cave is like the 0, 0 coordinate for all of it. Alright, so I'm going to take one more quick BRB, and then I'm going to do what I do with every writing stream, and read the whole thing in one go. So anyone who might have missed the stream can just like skip ahead to the second BRB and get all the story at once. BRB. I'm back. Thank you for stopping by, Jinx. You're always a fucking homie, man. Thank you. I'm sorry that took a little bit. The moment I'm done here, I need to run out, get some shit, see and be sane, and need to do my financials. And then I got a Sandy stream at 2 o'clock, or Sandy stream at 2. You're always seeing the author. You're talking to the author behind Amanda Splatts when you're doing the writing streams. When I'm doing both the writing and the wrap-up show, it's not Amanda, it's the author. I just do Amanda's voice because Amanda's the protagonist. And Amanda hasn't done a whole lot as a protagonist. In the new year, I want to fix that. She's actually going to start doing shit in these stories. But here's the rut. Here's the full recap. Quick drink of water first. Purified drinking water. That good shit. Guys, find a woman who will get you purified water. That's all you really fucking need. The crisp, frigid night air cut through the early morning silence of Mojave. Unbeknownst to many, the deserts can be just as frigidly cold as they can be blistering hot, and Amanda was feeling every gust of wind as she pulled on her old leather overcoat over that trundling black and yellow suit, triple checking the battery level on her phone as she stepped out of room 21 at the old Motel California. Yes, she was being used to being out this early in the morning, and for some earlier streams, she was used to being Amanda. This early. Used to being Amanda this early. That persona we all put on to perform, that mindset we all get into to entertain, or at least Amanda did. Amanda knew she wasn't going to have her Desert Eagle on her today, not where she was going, but she did have an ally on her side with the diminutive but feisty Beauregard Bun Bun Hassenpfeffer, the proud Lagomorphic American, Reed, Bunny Girl, who helped lead the Red Desert Army to at least a stalemate with whatever was out there in the darkness. But at this twilight hour, in a red bathrobe and pajamas, these pink rabbit ears of hers flopped down across her face, her gaze unseeing. Amanda couldn't tell just what Bun Bun was looking at in those shifting desert sands, if she could see anything at all. Amanda slowly made her way to Bun Bun in a wood-paneled station wagon. The car Amanda went on the game show having promptly fallen apart shortly after the episode aired, once again stranding her on her own 2 feet. Amanda could see Bun Bun's expression change as she hastily put on that southern charm, that husky drawl, and becoming of a tiny bunny girl. Lord, Amanda, you done snuck up on me. If this was the war, I might have had to run you through my bayonet. Yeah. Bun Bun shouted, thrusting her cup of coffee forward in a vaguely stab-like motion. You don't win against an ultra abomination. You force it back into the darkness temporarily and live with the fallout. That's exactly what Bun Bun had to do, retiring from a post of U.S. military who'd been cardinal the role in saving Mojave, called in their favors and gotten their hooks into the small autonomous desert region. Bun Bun had lost so much during that war. Amanda nodded, slowly stepping back as she sifted through a manila folder full of paperwork. Yeah, well, they say caffeine's a killer. It's a hell of a drug, too. You good to drive? Bun Bun nodded enthusiastically as if trying to convince herself. Sure I am, Amanda. Let's get you down to the courthouse. You just holler whenever you want me to pick you up, you hear? Just give me a little time to gather up the grandbabies. Amanda nodded, sliding the passenger seat as Bun Bun brought the old relic to life. Thanks, Bun Bun. And, not to be a dick or anything, but if we get pulled over again, like the whole sovereign citizen thing just antagonizes. I don't see why I should, Bun Bun barked back, peeling off into the inky black morning. I do not recognize the government's intrusion into Mojave. The war was against the Eldritch Rot is over. They have no more business being in our autonomous region. I am exercising my right as... No politics, please, Amanda groaned out. Bun Bun, who had probably kept going if this was anyone else in the world, had told her to stop, calmly silenced herself and turned on the radio. This, however, troubled her as she fiddled around with the knob in one hand, holding her coffee with the other and steering with her knees. Amanda, can you see if you get ready for Mojave to come in? Bun Bun asked. I can't seem to pick it up. Been like this the last few days. Amanda nodded in reply, trying to pick up the lo-fi station that sent coded messages about the current topography of Mahavre, a land that, thanks to the fallout of the Eldritch Wars, was always changing. After being unable to find the station, Amanda immediately pulled her smartphone and went to the station's website, being met with a big 404. With panic being her default state, she immediately went to the Mahavre Courthouse's website and was met with a banner stating, "We understand that Radio Free Mahavre is currently not available. If you need to say password to the courthouse today," and listed off a couple of free apps that allow you to detect the current coordinates of the courthouse, among other places. The sun had just started coming up over the dunes as, guided by Amanda, Bun Bun drove her roadkill charge to an old, majestic courthouse towering over the small spot of the landscape. After helping Bun Bun install the app on her phone, because people of a certain age need help with that, the two parted ways and Amanda stepped into the old rustic house of legal worship. On the outside, the old wooden complex didn't seem too much bigger than your average megachurch. But inside was a hyper-compact, churning legal dynamo greasing the wheels of Mahavre itself. A manly, deftly maneuver through the thongs of her fellow desert denizens, all a little paranoid in a situation like this. Tightly packed walls of humanity, especially without her desert eagle. She had to remind herself that everyone here was just schlepping through this day as she schlepped right over to the courthouse cafeteria to slurp down some breakfast. The courthouse cafeteria's food wasn't unreasonably priced, as if the government knew a lot of people were here against their will. But Amanda still lovingly pocketed the paper receipt just so she could keep the book straight, as she sat down with a sad gray omelet and a single serving bowl of fruit piping. They're magically adequate. Some generic brand cereal Amanda tolerated at home when the funds were tight. She couldn't afford the real thing. She dug herself into her breakfast and had gotten to the core of that strange gray omelet, when she heard a chilling voice directly behind her. I mean, I was a DA for like a good, 20 years? You'd think that means something. Look, how this place has gone to shit since then. It's current DA's conviction, huh? I guarantee it wasn't anywhere near mine. And they never brought me or Impostore up on a single charge, so I'm legally fresh and clean, right? Amanda's fists clenched down, sweat rolled down the side of her neck. The being sitting behind her must have somehow noticed this, although Amanda hadn't moved an agonized muscle, as they said. Speaking of fresh and clean, you'd think they'd do something about the BO problem here. It smells like fucking roadkill. Amanda quietly excused herself, staggering away as best she could, leaving breakfast on the table. Mossberg, who'd been sitting directly behind her, grinned as they leaned back, violating the space Amanda's body, taking just a second to go. "So, can I count on your support?" they asked their former colleagues as Amanda disappeared down the hallway. As terrifying as the brush with a former co-worker who's on to you can be, it's the most eventful thing that happened to Amanda at the courthouse that day. With all her ducks in a row and business wrapped up by around noontime, Amanda went to decompress with the only way she knew how. Kindly passing up on Bun Bun's offer ride home and catching a taxi to the Vegas Dream, Mahavre's most passable tourist trap. But the locals tolerate it too. Loosening her tie and the top couple of buttons on her shirt, Amanda stepped out of the sanitized sanity of the courthouse into the glorious chaos of her old stomping grounds. The Vegas Dream had all the charm of an old world casino, yet the cheapness the usual tourists subconsciously flock to, and just the right level of decrepit decay to fit in with the rest of Mahavre. The fact that the casino is bigger than the courthouse should have said something about the priorities of the people who, if not founded this place, modernized it. With a complimentary Jack and Coke in hand, because you saw someone like Amanda coming in these places like this, Amanda cashed in $20 for chips and immediately made her way to the $1 blackjack tables. Although the moment she saw who was staked out there, she immediately tried to slink her way to the $5 tables. No avail. Those piss-yellow snakeskin suits and manic grins. The Rattlers. The ones not only seeking to watch the world burn, but actively stoking the flames. There was no sign of fortune faded there, but Moon was there. That manic red look in her eyes. That grin just a few inches north of that tinny voice box, always pressed against her neck. No sign of the tower either. But Moon was flanked by two other Rattlers whose tarot cards and she hadn't been privy to yet. One, a squat, wheezing, panting stack of filth with his fat fingers completely covered in orange snack-shaped filth, which he made with no effort to lick off, almost as if he were intentionally adding to his own filth. On the other side was a slender, grinning goon with a cat-like face painted in like the Joker from the Joker films. The Joker made his way over boldly to Amanda, having to look up a good foot and a half to look at the 6'6" pile of roadkill. "Yo, fed for Amanda Splatts!" the Joker Rattler screamed. "When are you gonna stream with Pat Malone again? I need to know so I can watch his feed and not yours." "My schedule's up on Twitter. You can check." "Why are you gonna be so aggro, man?" Joker Rattler screamed. "You're breaking my balls, bro. Mooney's breaking my balls. You wanna touch my balls, don't you?" The orange-fingered squat frail one mused openly. "This place used to be great until they started hiring all these," completing the word. Moon stepped forward, her manic glare boring right into Amanda's dead, jaundiced eyes. "Are you being so mean to the magician?" the moon asked, her expression unreadable by her robotic affect and the blood-red eyes. "We've given you every second chance, every opportunity to join the Rattlers again. We've even kept wheel open for you. You're just a relentless... What's the word?" "Cunt!" the orange-fingered one shouted right in the middle of the casino as one of the dealers finally called for security. "Thank you, hanged man." "Thank you for what? What are we talking about?" "Look," Amanda balked at her, trying to find her shattered backbone. "I've had a hard day, all right. I'm just trying to decompress." "Nobody cares about your day," the magician shouted. "All we want to know is when you're streaming with Carter Malone." "Nobody watches you anymore anyways," Moon chimed in, or rather droned in. "You should just go graduate and go back to singing in bars. Not the bars I'm singing in. I'm making quite a bit of money in your old haunts." "Graduate!" the magician shouted. "Graduate or I'll blow your brains out with my sniper rifle!" Hangman screamed at the top of his lungs. Moon and magician rolled their eyes. That was the line. Security staff immediately contacted the local authorities, hustling the Rattlers out as Hangman screamed, "Why did Amanda get me in trouble? Why is Amanda getting me kicked out?" "What you gotta be so aggro, bitch?" Magician followed up. Amanda just stood there, paralyzed. Yet another quote-unquote safe space, as it were, had been violated by the Rattlers. To think of what might happen when they finally found the Motel California. Amanda sat down at the $1 blackjack table, head in her hands, eyes tightly closed, feeling as if she was going to vomit directly onto the felt. The slender yet calloused hand gently placing itself on the back would have sent her into hysterics, had it not been for the voice that accompanied it, a soft, gentle voice tailor-made for radio or ASMR. "Keep your eyes closed," the hypnotic voice whispered into Amanda's ear. "Follow my instructions. Listen to the sound of my fingernail," she said as Amanda heard a slow, rhythmic tap against the side of the table. "Listen to the sound of the beat. I know you're a musician. I know you can follow in a regular time signature. I want you to breathe in. Breathe in for 4 beats. Then hold it for 7 beats. You may feel like you're going to pass out, but you won't. And if you do, it's okay. I'm here. Inhale for 4 beats. Hold for 7 beats. Exhale for 8 beats. In for 4, hold for 7, out for 8, alright? It's like you're doubling down 11 and getting 19. That's a solid position to be in, right?" Amanda nodded, concentrating on the tapping of the fingernail and focusing on breathing. Within a few minutes, she somehow calmed herself down, at least enough to open her eyes and see what angel had come to save her. Seeing that face gave her more questions than answers. Amanda was familiar with Juliet Romero. She'd had the femboy on her streams before and was part of Amanda's big birthday celebration karaoke back when singing was cardinal to her identity, before she handed that back to Moon. Even with the fact that even in the brightly lit casino there was a shadow of Juliet's face. What surprised Amanda about the femboy glow was the conservative beige dress she was wearing, proudly filled out by a C-cup. Juliet, apparently seeing where Amanda's eyes had glanced, chuckled sweetly. The secret's out, isn't it? I'm not a femboy. It was all part of the persona. Femboys are popular at the time, so establishing one as part of Radio Free Mahavri helped draw in people who wouldn't have otherwise listened. Amanda nodded dumbly, glancing over the back at a minute plastic sign upon the blackjack table. No trace of the dealer to be found. It's not going to get you, like, canceled or anything, is it? It's a little late for that. Juliet chuckled. Radio Free Mahavri's off the air. No big secret what our actual mission was, right? I mean, we called it Radio Free Mahavri, for goodness sake. Like Radio Free Europe. It's a term for government radio stations established to get the news out to foreign countries, with Mahavri being an autonomous region. Amanda's eyes widened, the roadkill woman really regretting not leaving her motel room without her signature Aliagard glasses. But you're burying the fucking lead. Radio Free Mahavri is canceled? Juliet nodded, her expression masked in shadow. Our funding got cut. Everyone's got cut. It was a fish got bait situation. Government didn't think it was worth throwing any more money at. Besides, you've experienced that too, right? The governing body here in Mahavri is just a rubber stamp for the government anyways. Now that they're pulling out, there's going to be quite the power vacuum. No politics, please! Amanda grunted out, fumbling for another Jack and Coke, to which Juliet quietly obliged. The dealer came back with a Jack and Coke for Amanda, and Juliet politely declined a free drink. Play resumed at Amanda's favorite table. 6 decks, standard soft 17, double downs on 10s and 11s only. Juliet, seeing the almost mechanical speed with which Amanda played, glanced over and whispered in that ASMR voice. I got 2 5s. Should I split? You always want to split, right? Amanda snapped out of a flow state, looked at the dealers. Who drugged it? No, not drugged it. It's the fucking dealer. Looked at the dealer's face-up card. Not always. He's got an 8 showing. Splitting will probably give you 2 15s. I'd hit, maybe double down if you feel adventurous. It's easy to feel adventurous when it's on the government's time. Juliet said playfully as she doubled down. Amanda's attention was immediately distracted by a somewhat familiar face. A face that she couldn't completely see, as it was mostly obscured by the gargantuan rack blocking a sitting Amanda's point of view. Dual Green, the pit boss of the Vegas Dream, towered over Amanda as she did over most of her employees and patronage. Those annoyed great eyes, so conservative straight brown hair, and crisp tone of voice indicated she was all business, none of the usual bullshit. But the legally distinct from Playboy Casino Bunny outfit in deep green hugged an absolutely ridiculous set of curves. Those faux black rabbit ears and cufflinks with no sleeves in sight. In short, she knew what people came here for. Amanda instinctively stood up nervously. The 6'6" roadkill woman, actually an inch shorter than the Vegas Dream pit boss. Her previous interactions with the ridiculously busty pit boss were not the most positive. Dual Green didn't quote-unquote meet you. She was hauled out to see you. Look, Miss Green, I'm sorry. Are you apologizing, Amanda? Juliet asked softly. It's not your fault. Dual Green, for her part, ignored the tube, belting out her speech with the practiced cadence of someone who had to do this 100 times before. We deeply apologize for the experience we've had here at the Vegas Dream. Shining Jewel of Mahavri. Tried to bring you the most exciting experience and house and type of experience you came here for. So let us make it after you by offering you this. Dual Green pulled out a gift card from her cavernous cleavage and adjusted her glasses as if reading it for the first time. Gift card good for 1 week stay in our exclusive hotel. Laying right in the lap of luxury. All the decadence you deserve. Dual Green droned on. She'd rather be anywhere in the world. Thanks, but I live right in town. I don't need... Thank you for the Vegas Dream, Shine Jewel of Mahavri. Dual Green snapped back as she hurried off, jiggling with a confident cadence. Amanda, for her part, just sighed and slid the gift card in her suit pocket. Motioning for another drink before harsh, "Cut her off!" came from Dual Green. Stop that cold. Amanda sat down, defeated, glancing over at Julia. Can I catch a ride home? She asked. I jogged here, Juliet gently replied, drawing an impressed expression from Amanda, who could have and has passed out before trying to traverse the desert on foot. Juliet just smiled. Poor girl can't even walk straight half the time due to her spine issues. Juliet thought a crucible would snap her in half. Eventually, Amanda and Juliet made their way out of the casino. Amanda actually breaking even for once as she texted Bun Bun to take her up on the offer of a ride home. Juliet sat there outside the Vegas stream, couldn't help but notice Amanda trying to take subtle glances at the face that was always covered in shadow. I don't mind you asking, Juliet said calmly. You want to know why I can't see my face, right? It's the rot. It doesn't just have psychological manifestations. It has physical ones, especially for those right up on the front legs. Juliet sighed, closing her eyes, thought that man could have told. I threw myself into the war back then, finding those things night and day. The things the government still has yet to define. Things Lovecraft wrote about over 100 years ago. I just focused on the war, and it was so twisted by the eldritch taint that it affects this place that I lost my identity. It's my face. Although you can't see my face, so you can't remember my face once you stop looking at it. So your brain compensates already. Amanda nodded, not completely understanding, but calmly listening. Juliet calmly turned her gaze back to Amanda. And what are you trying to bury? The shadows of your mind. Things you're flying away in the darkness. Are you just as determined to fight them? Amanda closed her eyes, sighing deeply as the confrontation with Moon, Hanged Man, and Magician still tugged at the back of her mind. The day was a wash, maybe not a total wash. As the old wood panel station wagon pulled up in front of the casino, packed to the brim with babbling Lagomorgan preteens, Amanda turned to Juliet and bowed slightly. Thank you for your service, Amanda said. Juliet nodded slightly. Hey, my home too? As the roadkill and Lagomorphs disappeared into the distance, Juliet closed her eyes, letting the heat of the day beat down on around her. Far, far removed from the crisp, frigid morning she'd spent staking out the Motel California. Now, without any superior officers to tell her no or dissuade her, she decided to follow her own heart, led her to the 7-foot-tall, hulking wall of muscle known as Amanda Splatts, who was rooming there temporarily. She too had come across Bun Bun early that morning, staring off into the distance. She knew that Bun Bun could still hear them, still feel them, that it was something that never truly left you. You know, Alpha said resignedly, not crossing her arms and showcasing her monstrous pecs. I'm flattered, I really am. But you know my type. No offense. I could be your type. Juliet nodded, longingly replied. Let me know where to start. Alpha closed her eyes, trying to think of a gentle way to tell her to piss off before noticing Amanda coming out of room 21. Alpha herself parked in front of room 3 on the ground floor. If you want to be good to me, Alpha said, pointing a thumb up at herself from the previous timeline. Then be good to her. Only Alpha could appreciate the absurdity of that statement. Juliet merely took it as gospel. Just another morning in the desert. I think that was a very, very successful writing stream. Like, didn't get 100% ton of focus on the things that I wanted to focus on. Like, we kind of touched on the rot towards the end. Although I think I illustrated the rot pretty well symbolically. Like Bun Bun's 1,000-yard stare. And how this infected her. How Mossberg still has, and the military had its hooks and everything. And specifically with Juliet, like having lost her own identity, telling Alpha at the end she'll be whatever Alpha wants her to be. The whole thing, the shade on her face, having lost her face, not just physically, like symbolic, like losing what she is, who she is, to the point where she was pretending to be a femboy for a while just because superior officers told her to. I think that came out really good. So yeah, thank you for these writing streams. Like, I know these are streams that I do for me, to entertain myself and try to tell a story. Because, like I said, you're not coming into the beginning of an amazing long story. You're coming into the tail end. Like, this channel is not about... This channel is about leaving something behind. Leaving proof, leaving evidence behind at the end of the day, at the end of my run. And, you know, maybe if the best thing that comes out of this is that not only the amazing people that I've met on this journey, but actually being able to finish a fucking story. And I think we've established, not only have we established a lot of things like the rot and the military pulling out of Mahavre and Mossberg trying to rise back to power again. We've also set up some possible plot threads, like with Dual Green, with, like, we never explained why Amanda was at the courthouse, things like that. So I'm really, really looking forward to where the story's going. And this is a very, I didn't think about a whole lot going in, but I feel like this is a very successful writing session, and it's going to be having me feel good all fucking day. So I'm going to take care of it. I'm going to take advantage of it. I'm going to go, I got to go. Yeah. No, I don't got to go shit. Not yet. 2.5 hours. Wow. I may or may not push Sandy back a little, but I've got like nearly 50 fucking games to try out. I want to get a nap in though. Like I feel I'll like I'm not an old fucking hag, as old as a map portray, but I do like to take a nap in the middle of the day because I hit that hypergogic state. When I hit that hypergogic state, I feel most creative and most invigorated. Like the state between waking and dreams. I've always been fascinated by that state between waking and dreams. Both coming into and going out of that kind of fuzzy middle of the road right there. And I hope you'll walk the stream with me. Jinx, thank you for stopping by. Repent to Jesus Official, thank you for stopping by. Lurkers, VOD Watchers, Second Screen Saints. Sandy at 2. The only reason I'm so adamant with Sandy at 2, because I have a fuck ton of games to try. Plus, I don't want to impinge on Carl Malone too much. Like, I know Malone doesn't care that I overwrite, or, like, overstream on Wednesdays. Overlap, rather. Oh, fucking word of mouth, you know. I just spent 4.5 hours giving words. Now I can't word anymore. Fuck, I ran out of word. You know, they say the bird's the word. Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. You come here with the most intellectual of discourse on the Amanda Splatts project, and I ain't giving you shit. You're getting big titty bunny girls, and jacked hulky muscle woman, and blackjack, and, you know, maybe you'll help find yourself. I'm your faithful Amanda Splatts, and this is the Amanda Splatts project. You have a good day.